Well, that was quick. We're back. Okay. Yo, good morning, or sorry, good afternoon, or good evening. I don't know what day it is anymore. Yo. All right. Well, we should be on this screen, actually, while we're doing this, because we got to record. We got to record stuff for the YouTube. There he is. Well, we got stuff to do. 7 days. We got 7 days to paint this guy with a display base, which I don't think should be bad. I'm assuming he should fit kind of where I want him to. Yeah, it should be good. Alrighty. Well, we're not going to be painting yet. We need to, it's 7 days, so probably in about 3 days we'll be painting. Let me actually hit the record button just in case. There we go. We'll do the voiceover at the end, so it doesn't really matter, but, like, yeah. There he is. We're not doing the shield bearers, just the dwarf thane. But I am going to convert him quite a bit. I already have an idea planned out. Of course, the best time to think about warhammers in the shower. Because who doesn't want to think about dwarves in the shower? Alright. So day 1 starts now. Next Sunday is when it has to be finished. So we really just got to kind of grind through this. I've got like probably 2 days of building and then a few days of painting. The keyboard! Yeah, I had to bust it out of storage. It's either I use my Razer keyboard, or I at least put the dwarf one on, because, like, why not?
Shut up, you dickhead, now fuck off!
What's up, killer? You building for that store challenge?
Yeah. We gotta build him. We have to basically clean him up today, completely. Mad Bro, thank you, sir. Remind me next Sunday. Well, we're gonna be painting before Sunday, but yeah. We're gonna be painting... Do you get a transfer sheet with this, or you don't? Oh my god. It's the new GW technology. Everything is fancy and expensive. Yeah. So we'll be painting throughout the week, but it has to be done by Sunday, so yeah, we're going to be grinding a bit. I wasn't really prepping for this. We've just been busy. You know what's funny? We had rats, and we were able to get the rats out, but now we have mice that took over where the rats were, which is a problem. So that's kind of the issue. It's not a good issue. Not a good problem, I gotta say. Yeah. All right, so we actually have to build him like we would normally. There he is. Lord on shield. Well, we want him on foot. There we go. Everything goes together like clockwork. It's very,
Hello, Captain. Been so long. I see the reason why is you went out to the sea searching for summer loot, but why does it has to be done before Sunday?
It's only 7 days. It's a 7-day thing. It's a for fun event. So, it's just got to be done before Sunday, or rather, on Sunday. I've got a few ideas. I have a few fun ideas that I want to try and tackle, but 36, 38, 37. I'm going to try and glue him completely today, or at least clean him up, and we'll see how that goes. 36, 38, 37. 37 is here. $38. 38's here. Yeah, there's a million things you could do, but we just kind of landed on the Thane with Shieldbearer. He's gonna be... The concept is very much kind of like a brooding at ease pose. I am gonna convert a little bit of this guy. 39. Yeah, I do want to convert a little bit. I'm probably gonna give him like a fur coat. I'm gonna extend his faceplate a little bit. There's a bunch of stuff I want to do. Like, I pulled out basing bits as well. Like, I have, like, the old Skull Pass stuff. So it'll be funky. 40 is the on-foot variant. 40 is the one that they want you to use the scales with. Where you've got, like, the dude with the actual fur cloak. Which I may just, like, replicate that for mine. Do they go on the same, though? Not the same. They're different torsos. Just do that one. It's just a dwarf. Your opponent is rats versus mice. Yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't know, brother. These things crawl in from, like, the rain, the shitty weather, and then they shit and piss everywhere, and it's like, we don't really want that. You never want something like that, right? Let's use this head. Yeah, mice are not fun. But they are more fun than rats. Nothing is... nobody wants to deal with a rat. If you've got rats, you've got puddles of piss and, like, massive turds. We could do the crest. Does a crest even matter, though? We can convert the crest. This one, 32. It's good. Well, I've got, like, humane traps for them. It's an interesting kit. I mean, everything goes together like clockwork. You don't really have options unless you're going to be hacking things up. There's a lot of hacking here. 42, 40. Most GW kits... 40. It's 41.
I want to survive this week so I can start my vacations and also watch all the gaming news coming the next week after.
Nice. I don't even know what's going to be coming out. I just got back from a movie. You're speaking of, like, entertainment news, and, yikes. Not a good movie, I gotta say. Not a good movie. Yeah. Not the best I've seen. Certainly not the worst, but, like, yeah. Lovely. Very, very lovely movie. 49.50. Okay, this is 50. think that's about everything. Yeah, that is pretty much everything we need. It's like 4 out of 10. Mando was good. No, Mando's really good. Whatever people say about Mando is not true. It's a subjective thing, but I think Mando's more of a... It's more of a Dark Souls 2 moment, where it's not bad, but it's not like the main focus of any sort of storyline. It's just like... Well, it is, but it's not at the same time. Mando was good. Today I went to go see,
Shut up, you dickhead, now fuck off!
Hello Mr. Tobias, will there be any 40k kits in the foreseeable future?
Miles, thank you, sir. Maybe. I mean, I've got Votan, but I'm not really working on Votan right now. I've got to do this as a for fun thing and a primer, and then I have to do, the Ryan project, which has kind of been on the back burner for a little bit. And then after that, maybe I might do 40k, but yeah, 40k has kind of been on a bit of a hiatus for a while. I don't dislike 40k, but 40k is certainly, I wouldn't say my least favorite thing, but my least inspired thing to work on. It's still cool, though. Yeah, everyone does 40k. It's like, if you play Warhammer, you know 40k. What are they called? The bee's knees? How do you not like Warhammer 40k? Smaug. I don't think I'll be working on Smaug now. It was a thought for, like, my birthday, because I've got family who wants to, like, pitch in. Because that's a lot of money. That's rent, is what that is, and there's no way I'm buying that alone. But my birthday's coming up. So, like, you know... Something I've thought about, but, like, at the end of the day, I've got so many more things to work on. I'd rather get maybe things that I don't have. Yo. What if we send you miniatures as requests? I mean, it takes a long time for me to get stuff done, so I don't think I'd even, like, accept that, but that'd be something. That'd be interesting. There's just a lot of work, honestly. Like, this is one mini, but it's going to take me 7 days, which is nothing in comparison to competition pieces, but yeah. Trying to juggle everything all at once is a bit tough. I've got 2 back-to-back painting projects. And this one's actually going to be done on stream in full. So, we're not rushing, but we only have 7 days to do it. And then after that, we're working on another piece. Mando was good. Mando is like... it ties together a lot of the other shows. Rebels, Clone Wars, Mando, Boba Fett. It's got a bit of everything from those shows, but it's like a Dark Souls 2 show. It's good in its own right, but, like, you should never really view it as more of, like, a mainline movie. It's a side quest. I liked it. I thought it was great. Just a matter of Matter of what you're into. Yeah, I think a lot of people went into Mando and Grogu, not even maybe even watching half the shows that it like pertains to. If you've seen the shows that it kind of melds and completes, yeah, you'll like it a lot more. If you're just kind of like, it's a new Star Wars movie, let me go watch it, you may not like it as much, but there's a lot of, like, payoffs. Not this song again, fuck's sake. Two dot closer. Yeah, this is, many, many hours of painting for those, not for this. Okay, these things. Shoulders. Yeah, the movie I got back from, though, was, Passenger. Not a good movie. Not a good movie. It's like mid to low tier. I'd wager it's a little bit less than mid tier. But yeah, not a slick film, I gotta say. Let's actually tack this together. I just want to see how big this guy is for this plinth. Very interesting choice of a lot of things. Oh shit, how does this actually even go together? It's so strange. Like clockwork. Yo. Yeah, Star Wars is good. It's good. Well, not all of it's like peak, but Star Wars overall, I think, has been fine. Mando got me a little bit more hyped for Star Wars again, just because it has a lot of the stuff I like. It may not be for everyone. It's more of a, gangstery. It's an Outer Rim film, right? Like, that's the big thing. How is this gonna go? How does this even tack on? Pretty big. This is fairly large. It should be perfect for what I need, though. I gotta elevate him. I was gonna take a Dremel to this, most likely, and just kind of, like, carve out some of the lower half of the block. I think I still will be doing that, but... Oh, yeah, okay. I think it'll be good. Alright, let's do it. Let us clean up all the mold lines. Ay, ay, ay. This is where the bulk of the resident sleeper stuff comes in. But it's what we know. It's never been as good as it could be. I feel like some shows, some movies, they have a lot of, like, really good hits and then a lot of, like, it's okay. For me, that's a lot of Star Wars. But the new Grogu movie is good. Like, there's a lot of, like, butthurt people online regarding everything, and I don't think it's fair to say that, like, the Grogu movie is just straight trash. It's not. You just need to know that it's not like the most important film, but it's still good.
Shut up, you dickhead, now fuck off!
Just posted my Anhu champion in Discord if you want to take a look.
Nice. Tech Priest, thank you, sir. Give me a few minutes, I'll take a look, okay? Thank you, man. I will give it a look-see.
I heard that the Mando movie is fine, like it's fun, but if you don't wanna think too much about it, and that it's like a few episodes of the series stitched together, but that it did have a good variety of aliens or something like that.
If you like OT stuff, you'll like this. If you like Clone Wars, you'll like this. It's a mix of a few different shows. There's a lot of payoffs. Again, if you're not really a fan of those shows, you're probably just gonna be like, eh, whatever, it's fine, but again, I liked it. I thought it was good. I would say it's more of a... I mean, even, like, you know, when Grogu's on screen, he's got to do his whole little I'm cute bit. And I don't think it ever gets old, to be honest. I mean, Grogu's awesome. I gotta swap the blade. It's a very good-looking movie. Like, Mando and Grogu is a very good-looking movie. Yo. Good evening, sir. Hello. Let me check the Discord real quick. You know, funnily enough, I was actually working on, Oh, that's cool, man. That's awesome. That's clean. That's really, really clean for the white. It looks like an astronaut. Was that kind of the vibe you were going for? Looks really good, man. I was gonna go with I was gonna make an Iron Here champion actually for this little project, but yeah, that was more of a wayside thing. I think this is more of my realm. Looks very NASA though. NASA punk theme. Yeah, it looks great. Looks really good, man. The white is super clean. Everything is very very, very clean, very smooth. If Warhammer didn't take so long to make, I think we'd have everything done by now. I mean, 40k is cool. Fantasy's been my longest standing thing. Like, I did 40k before fantasy technically, but yeah, that was a long, long time ago. That was eons ago. In Land Before Time era. Scarm, hello, sir. Yeah, we're going to be here probably all night, to be honest. I want to get a good head start on this guy. We've only got 7 days to build and paint him and finish the diorama base. So I've got everything ready in terms of, like, paints and all that stuff, but I just need to...
Did you saw they already announced Unreal Engine 6? Time to restart the Riot MMO in the new engine.
I did not. I don't even know what that is. Well, I mean, I know what that is, but I don't know the differences of, like, older engines to new. I actually have, tomorrow I have to make a phone call. They finally called me for my CAT scans, so tomorrow I have to call them back. And, it's gonna be scheduled. So we're gonna see. But I did get the phone call, finally. It's been probably, what, 2 weeks since? Which is good news. Yeah, I'm waiting on the cog for it. People have already painted those things up, eh? It's like, where's your backlog, bro? Don't you have something else to do? CAT scan. It's just like, internals, lung checking, you know, veins and everything. Very detailed x-ray. I'm done my backlog. Yeah, it should be okay though. I mean, you never really know what's going on with your body until you get checked out, so I'm sure it'll be fine. And if not, well, who knows? You're done with your backlog. Jesus. You are a rare one. That is a very rare thing to say, sir. But it is an excuse to go buy more shit, so I'll leave you to it to go buy more shit. That's what everyone does. Like, sweet, I did one thing in the hobby. I need 5 more. Or forget 5 more. I need like 50 more, man. I'm getting my blood tested tomorrow. I hate needles. They're not so bad. Depends on the person doing it. I mean, Ivana's had needles where the person injecting was like a serial killer. Um, which is never fun, but yeah, you just pray you kind of get someone who knows what they're doing. If not, enjoy the nonsense. And I do hope it goes well. I'm sure it will. Isn't there a bunch in AOS? There should be a bunch of different sculpts now. Even if you want to go with the AOS ones. Very particular. I get, well, yeah, it depends on what aesthetic you want to go with for sure. Jesus. I'm scared since then. Yeah, that does sound pretty traumatic. I mean, again, it just depends on who's doing it. If you've got Freddy Krueger giving you a needle, you'd rather just die. Yeah, that's not fun. I think the last time I had needles was, well, it was more of like an IV, right? I think I had gone in for, like, back pain, chest pain. I can't remember what it was, but it was pretty unpleasant. But, you know, you do what you gotta do, right? You do what you gotta do to stay healthy, and sometimes that means doing things you don't enjoy. But again, it's still doing more than sitting around and doing nothing, right? It's always better to take that risk and go get checked out and, you know, get taken care of, ideally. It's weird working on, like, new plastics. There's, like, virtually no mold lines. There's no issues. Everything is just super well done. Health is wealth, pretty much, yeah. Stay healthy, stay nimble. Stay ahead of the curve. A D&D Ghost Dragon that could work. It's whatever you like to look at, man. Doesn't need to be a kit. If you plan on bringing it to any tournament that's official, they won't let you in, but that's not really a problem for most people. So whatever you like the look of is what matters the most. Warhammer is a very visual hobby. A lot of what you want to do is stare at minis and, you know, enjoy what you're doing. Cheap dinosaur toy. Converting the robot part of the Votan. Are you talking about the squat project I was doing? If the ads run, it's just because they're running on Twitch. I don't run any ads otherwise. We don't have official tournaments or any scene here. Oh, gotcha. Well, you're good to go then, right? Just do whatever you want. Half the battle is finding the stuff you want to use. It was it's a bit of a hiatus. The goal was to convert everything. So like during Rogue Trader, they had Imperial robots, which are just more of like a few different types of. Actually, you still have a few of them now. I forgot what they were called exactly. There's like 6 variants maybe. I think like the Castellan, they had a bug one that is now in like the Horus Heresy. But I was planning on using a lot of like older Rogue Trader stuff, so like 1st edition era, 2nd edition era. That was the idea for the Steel Jacks, but like it's just so expensive. It's so expensive and it's all lead. And it's just a very big headache to try and convert that. So what I may do with the squat project is actually just revert it back to a rogue trader army and not make it squats. Or not make it Votan. So, like, straight up just only use what was in the squat range and have, like, very few conversions. I may do that for the sake of my sanity because it is kind of tough to kind of, like, conceptualize half that stuff. And just for time constraints and other stuff going on as well, it's just kind of a mess. But we'll see. But the initial goal was to convert everything. Like, everything would have been converted. Not entirely, but, like, you know, if you want to use, like, a call, I would use the old Warlord, and then I'd put, like, the Bolter, and then the Power Axe or the Power Sword. I think they're called Darkstar now for the Votan. I can't remember. But... yeah, ideas, ideas, ideas. It's one of those things where, like, in your mind, it's a lot easier, but when you get doing it, you're like, fuck, this is too much. I don't want to do this. So be pillow, sir. Yo, buddy. Now, the leg is separate. All of these CAD-designed kits are very, very Loctite. Everything goes together like a fucking tight-knit puzzle. Is a very, very interesting experience to build current GW. But I will be gluing this, so, like, almost immediately. I gotta work in sub-assemblies for this guy, but I know for a fact the body can just be glued together and be done. Without any need of, like, mental strain. We shall see. It's so weird not scraping mold lines. Like, this kit is, like, too good. It's too good for my tastes. It needs to be, like, shittier, you know? Shittier in the make department. It's like, retool this to be trash. Yeah. Resident Evil type shit. That new Resident Evil trailer looks, quite interesting, I gotta say. Quite the endeavor to make a new Resident Evil. Oh, it looks good. I'm not saying it's bad or anything, but it's interesting. It looks different. You never know until you watch it. The best thing to do is give it a chance. And that's exactly what happened to the movie I watched last. I gave it a chance, and I'm like, oh, God. Shouldn't give things a chance. Maybe I should just dismiss it to the Shadow Realm. Dismiss it to the Shadow Realm and don't think twice. Yeah, that was that one. Yeah. Okay, pretty sure we can literally just build the body. Just glue everything. Only the body, though, because I have to kind of, like, hack up the arms and make the pose a little bit different, but... yeah, we can certainly glue the torso together. Sure. Do a bit more work on that, and then we'll get it in place. This should go together pretty well. I never put together this kit when it came out. At least properly. This kit's been out, what, 2 years? Must have been about 2 years. The Old World relaunch. All the lead-eating boomers rolling out of their graves for, like, rank and flank. I was one of them. It stirs in you a mighty, long-dead beast. Oh, it does. It's just mold lines. It's a very interestingly hidden mold line because it's going across like a bunch of scale mail. And yeah, it's hidden. Old World is best. It is still the goat. Anime, hello, sir. Today, you know what? I don't know if it's raining where you guys are, but we've had rain for like 3 days straight. It is not... I like Rain, but yeah, 3 days straight's a little interesting. It's like the end is nigh. The apocalypse has begun. We're drowning. It's Titanic, but at home. There's a guy who actually... I don't know if you've seen it. There's a dude who collects Titanic on VHS. And it's like a horrifying thing to witness. He's got the world's biggest Titanic VHS collection. And people send him in VHSs of Titanic. Come to Ireland, we have rain every day. Vitamin rich and D. You know what? I don't mind rain every day, but sometimes you're just like, I wouldn't mind a bit of sun. I wouldn't mind a little bit of fresh air. Not this, like, mucky mess. Yeah, he's got a pretty big VHS collection. Yeah, for sure. That's your life at that point. That's your thing, you know? You just collect Titanic on VHS. Titanic on VHS. It's a good movie, but, you know, I don't know if I want 3,000 copies of Titanic on VHS. I'm not going to lie, man. Sorry, not 3,000. I think he's got 10,000 or something. I can't remember. 3,000 is probably chump change. Yeah, you're good, bro. Peace, man. I will be here. I am going to be here for 7 days doing this. It's not to say that I'm not going to stream on the other channel, but every day I have to do this. So I'll be here. Peace, bro. Good nightin'. Today is getting everything cleaned. I'm hoping at least 2 to 3 days of, like, cleanup and converting. Lots of rain. Yeah, you guys are also probably getting what we're getting. It's just shit. It's fine weather, but, like, it doesn't inspire anything, you know? It inspired me to go watch a movie with my mom today, and boy, that, like I said before, it was just trash. We went to go see Passenger. It's just not a good movie. It's not a good film. Like, all right, that's a film. 3 out of 10. Yeah. The one movie I do want to see the most, though, like, we already saw Grogu. Grogu was great. I want to see Backrooms. Backrooms I want to see really badly. I think that's going to be a great movie. What, to go see Backrooms? I know the series. I'm not like a Five Nights at Freddy's gooner, Backrooms gooner. Like, I know a bit of it. But the latest movies I've seen I've seen Obsession, Grogu, and Passenger. Passenger's like a 3 to 4. Grogu is like an 8. I'd say Grogu was kind of an 8, and then Obsession was like a 9. Obsession was really good. Technically, even Grogu, unironically, well, maybe Grogu's not a 9, but it was the reason I like that movie is just it has a lot of what I enjoy, and it still is good as long as you know you're not watching like a mainline Star Wars movie. Obsession's very good. Yeah, Obsession is what happens when you've got a director who knows how to work with $750,000. It's a very, very tight-knit script, tight-knit cast. Everything about the movie is very, like, enclosed. It's very, very good, like, on all fronts. It's just a good movie. Genuinely a good movie. I think that's one of the most successful movies in recent memory. $750,000 on a film that's now grossed, what? Tens of millions, I think. Like, that's mental. Yeah, well, it's Dark Souls 2, bro. If you want to put Grogu in video game terms, it's Dark Souls 2. And again, there's a lot of callbacks. Well, the oldest callback is literally from the first movie. So, it's cool. Yeah, $750K for a movie, and it has grossed a lot of money. No, DS2 is good. I like DS2. DS2 is a totally good game. It's not like the greatest thing ever, but it's a good game, yeah. I think most Dark Souls fans would die on that hill. That it's a good, but like still the weakest of the bunch, you know? It's just about understanding what you're getting into. That's like the number one thing. Understand that what you're playing is not like the others. All right, let's glue. Oh my god, we're gluing! It's a Christmas miracle. Okay, we gotta glue this one first. What a strange way to put together a torso. Welcome to CAD-designed foolishness. Souls games are good. It's just, you know, you need to give them time. Is this even going to glue properly? I hope that's correct. I don't really look at instructions. It should be fine. It should be fine. The way kits go together, I mean, they're very, again, they're tight knit, but they're so funky. They're really funky. Well, DS3 was more of like a DS3 was really linear. I think it was the best way to approach a Dark Souls game if you've never messed with them. It was just simple. Like DS1 was even more simple, but the way you traversed and like all the different things going on, it was more of a headache. But I don't know, it wasn't so bad. It's an interesting experience, I should say. This is correct. This is correct. Do the arms have to go on first? They do not. They go on last. Good. Okay, so we can paint those separately. The arms are going to be painted separately. The head's going to be painted separately. The body can be painted all together. There's no reason I wouldn't paint that as, like, one piece. I'd even wager you could probably keep the cloak off, but how the hell would you even finagle that on? No, it's got to go on. Yeah, it's got to go on. Maybe, could you do this? Could you glue that together and then fit it over? No. Maybe? You could. You could, but there'd be a gap, and I'm going to have to gap fill that anyways, so... Yeah, we're just going to have to tough that out. Just glue it together, get it done. Yeah, you're going to have to putty that in. That looks pretty bad. Actually, you know what? You technically don't even have to, because the beard... I was going to say, never mind. Puttying that would be kind of a waste, because there's a big beard in front of it. Interesting. Okay, so you don't have to. If I can engineer this well enough, because I want to put a fur cloak on this guy, I don't want to have him with, like, the scales. If I can engineer it well enough to where I can glue this, and then I can create almost like an overlapping piece that I can just attach this, and you don't need to see the shoulders, I can paint this separately. Which might be worth it for ease of access, peace of mind. Well, I mean, wasn't it Miyazaki who made the games? I mean, even he said, if you want to summon, just summon. Who cares, bro? You can learn the game, and you can learn the bosses, and you can also just summon and say, fuck it, it's fine. I would say Rennala. Rennala was probably the most pitiful thing I've done in any Souls game. And I don't regret any of it, to be honest. Okay, so this is going to be separate. Can I maybe do this separate too? That could be separate. Yeah, we could do that. Well, you don't need to summon. It's just part of the game. If you wanted to summon, I mean, you may get some flack, but, like, who gives a fuck, bro? It's the internet. It's the bloody fucking internet. They're always gonna cry about something. I should really let this dry before I mess with it, but I want to post them. Shit. Oh, he's been beheaded. And Belagar's ancestor. That's looking fucking gas. Look at that. Alright. So we gotta pin the arm. We basically just have to make an elbow for this guy, get his arm out there, and then... over the shoulder would be good, but then the horns clash too much. It was emergent. Well, I mean, that's fine. There's technically an answer for everything in Cyberpunk because the whole game is just fucking fabricated. Like, whatever you have going on is just, like, enhancements. You're chromed out. Can I do something with this great weapon? Oh, baby. Oops. What can I do with the other arm? I really like the at ease pose, but I think what I might need to do is take it from the great weapon. Oh yeah, that's fucking sick. Okay. So we can actually use this arm. Oh. I'm gonna have to swap out I know what to do here, but... Okay. Sekiro. Sekiro is a really good game. Sekiro is worth any amount of money they want you to pay, just saying. If Sekiro costed $50, you'd be like, yes, sir. $60, yes, sir. Any amount of money, yes, sir. That's it. Look at that. That's good. Framing is good too. We can make it work. Any travel plans? No. Maybe not this summer. Maybe not this summer. Not yet, at least, I should say. Oh, the heat's not bad right now. Right now, it's just cold. It's just chilly right now, unfortunately. Or maybe that's a good thing. When it's too hot, it's disgusting. So maybe it is a good thing. Okay, well, we have the pose down. I know what I want to do. But I need to clean up everything now. Which should finish tonight. Demon of Hatred was harder than Ishin. Well, Demon of Hatred was a Dark Souls boss in Sekiro. That was that thing's biggest sin. It wasn't even like Sekiro, you know? That was its biggest issue. Well, it was a Dark Souls boss in moveset, not in visuals. In visuals, it was fine. The moveset, the way you beat that thing wasn't very Sekiro, is what I'm saying. That is not a very pleasant Sekiro boss. Pretty cool story behind him, but like he's still just kind of a wanker. Okay. so we got to work on the cloak. Is that game out, Survivors? Did it come out? Pretty sure I saw Gotrek in there. The demo is. Yeah, people cheese that boss. Yeah, when I was playing it, people were like, you can cheese him, you know? I'm like, bitch, I ain't fucking cheesing him. We beat him. Cringe boss, but we beat him. The only boss I cheesed was Rolana. That bitch. And that wasn't even, like, intentional. It was an accident, but it was a happy accident. I'm totally fine with that. Fuck that witch. She's a witch. Oh, thank God I have paper towel. I forgot I actually installed a paper towel holder. It's been sitting in my room for like 25 months. Sekiro is really good. Sekiro stands among one of the best FromSoft games, for sure. Very well made game. Horaloo. Thematically, that's probably my favorite. Well, I mean, maybe not. I mean, you're talking like... Unironically, I mean, the Finger Mother. That just sounds dreadful, but like... The Finger Mama. Don't finger the mama. That thing is, ghoulish. Finger Mama. There's a lot of thematically cool things, but you know that even though that boss fight's not the best thing ever, it's not the point. It's a fucking alien. Like that's the point of the boss. It's an alien. It's a goddamn alien. It's a alien. What was the event, if anyone knows? Is it Evo or Combo Breaker that's been going on? Maybe it's both. I think it's a bit of both, though. It's a weird boss, yeah. The story is very interesting. But, you know, it parallels our own little world in that, you know, what are these people preaching? Is that really the word of God? Has it been twisted over time, like through interpretation? Like, what is going on? Miyazaki cooks, and we eat. Even if the food is burned, which it never is. So the goal, I think, with this is to maybe... I want to paint it separate. I might just pin it. I could insert a pin into here, because I'm going to put, like, a fur cloak over this. I'm going to try to. So I could pin it, and then it would just slot in. Then you'd have all these, like, really ugly seams. I guess you really wouldn't see them. Maybe you would. I think I could hide it. For the sake of painting, because if you glue this on, you're just going to get CBT. Let's do that now, actually. Or, no, maybe not. Not going to do it yet. Not yet. All right. So that should be... This does need to be painted separately. There's no way. No way that I could live with it. You just paint everything black and then forget about it under there, but who knows? Who knows? Okay. Fucking scared me. Why do updates have to be so fucking loud? Yeah, it was my PC. Although I'm sure there's a... Can't you turn that down? You can change the system. Yeah, that's what it is. System volume. It's so annoying. It's super, super annoying. Radio, hello, sir. Good evening, good Sunday evening. Sunday chill sesh. Rodon Festival. Everyone get together and beat up Sunday. That was a cool mission. That was one of the coolest bosses in the entire franchise. Beat his ass. What a cooked ass boss. Like, that is... It's just thematics. That's really all it is. That's all it has to be. Bloody fucking thematics. Jarberg. Isn't everyone dead in Jarberg? Spoilers. Didn't they all up and leave, or they were poached? Ivana's here. Um, you know, like 10 minutes? 10 minutes? 10 minutes, and I gotta take a little break, folks. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. All right. This is going to be a very interesting project. I'm hoping to at least get the build done within 2 days. I don't know if I'll be able to do that exactly, considering I have to convert stuff and, like, round things out a little bit more with sandpaper, but... The pose will be excellent. Very, very cool. I gotta sculpt some fingers. I gotta do, like... That alone is money. That's the money shot. That'll be fucking cool. Maybe even outward. $40K AOS? I'm more of like an AOS guy, but I like 40K still. I've liked 40K for 20-odd years. It never really gets...
Is that all you've got? You must have more!
Loving Mechanicus too, but my only gripe I've had is that while the original the AdMech character spoke in Binharic and only the Necrons spoke English, sadly everyone speaks English now. It's so cool in the Fist game.
Is Mechanicus 2 out right now? I like all of it though, bro. All the Warhammer I like. Tarek, thank you, sir. It is? It's completely out. I gotcha. I'm gonna try making my first wet palette today because I think my house is too dry during the summer and my paint keeps drying too quick. You could make one. You could also buy one. They're a little expensive. They're a little expensive, but you know, if you want to go that route, Redgrass Games has a good one. Vallejo's got a good one that I'll be testing out soon for this project. It's always cheaper to kind of like DIY, but you kind of need to use a wet palette anyways, ideally. And then you could also put a humidifier in the room, yeah. I would say whenever you want to paint anything, wet palette. Wet palette is your friend. But I'll say this. I do think no matter where you go, you're going to find a mix of, like, 40K and AOS guys. Like, 40K is so ingrained in everything right now, it's just kind of like GW's golden goose. It's the gift that keeps on giving. But AOS is still really good. AOS is like the beer and pretzels game. Yeah. Yeah, I've got the Redgrass one as well. Anything Redgrass Games is like top tier shit. I'm using their light. The light's really expensive, but it's like super, super good. I've got their paint handle. I've got their wet palette. I basically put an order in, again, yeah, like probably 5 years ago for everything. You don't need the best tools to get the job done. It's more of like how you do things, but red grass is like really good quality. Like nothing about red grass games is cheap both ways. It's a little pricey, but if you're serious about the hobby, it's worth the investment for sure.
I just noticed that the biggest streaming services got each one of the gaming dads. HBO Joel from Last of You, Netflix Gerald from The Witcher, and Amazon now has Kratos from God of War. Hope God of War 1 goes better than the other two.
I was gonna say, I also hope that show's pretty good. I haven't even played the game. I played the OGs, but yeah, hopefully it's good. Everyone complained immediately when they saw it. Redgrass light wet palette. You know, technically, I feel like you don't need to invest in a good wet palette. You can make any of them work. I've seen people paint Golden Demon pieces out of a fucking, like, piece of kitchenware. I would say a good light is probably more important than a good wet palette. Yeah, they're really nice, though. 100%. A lot of this hobby is just like, how can I waste even more money on shit I want, but I don't necessarily need? Hobby tools are... There's a million ways to do things. I'm starting to learn that. My wet palette is parchment paper over some wet tissue. Exactly. It'll work. There's a guy on... Again, there's Golden Demon people who literally use, like, kitchenware. Like, bro. The DIY, yeah. This hobby is about... Or any hobby, I should say, is about finding your groove. Find what works best for you and what you enjoy, and that should be how you proceed. That doesn't mean other people's, processes can't be adapted or, looked into, because there are people who have, like, really tight-knit, really good working tools and, ways of doing things. And you may just want to do that. But a lot of it is still just, like, experimentation. Amazon's not bad. Honestly, I mean, it depends on what you want to do for brushes. I'm sure you could probably spend... Army Painter brush. You should try Rosemary & Co. For 30 bucks, you can probably get something similar in price, if not, like, infinitely better. But again, it's all suggestions. I think the Army Painter brushes have gotten supposedly better. I haven't worked with them in a long time. Yes. But again, shop around. Like, Amazon's good, bro. Amazon is great for stuff like that. I'm using... You know what's also fucking good? Look at this. I was at a Michael's, and they have, like, 50% off all their products. All of these are, like, artist brushes. These are going to be my junk brushes. I got this for, like, I don't know, $9, $15, something like that. And these are all fairly decent brushes. They're not, like, Rosemary & Co., but you can find a lot of things around in different stores. Yeah. If you have craft stores, the length of those bristles is a crime. Oh, they're okay. Some of them, they're just very tiny. Yeah. I think the last time I worked with Army Painter was probably a few years ago. And then my girlfriend got me, like, Rosemary & Co. brushes, which are, like, yeah, really good. Gotta use those brushes this week. We gotta paint some stuff. I will be back in about 10 to 15 minutes, folks. I gotta go for a walk. So let me go stretch my legs, and I'll come back and we'll just yap for a bit, and then probably be on for a few hours. I want to clean up everything here, so tomorrow I can kind of, like, work at the conversions. All right, so BRB, 10 or so minutes, I'll be back. There we go. But yeah, when it comes to the hobby, man, just shop around. You know, if you have, like, Army Painter and you like them, keep to Army Painter. If you don't like them, I mean, there's a million other brushes and brands and things you can kind of get into. It's all a matter of finding what you like the most. Sometimes it takes a long time. Sometimes it clicks immediately. And, you know, again, it's the hobby that keeps on giving. There's a million things to buy, a million things to try. All right, BRB, folks. All right, we're back. Why can't I hear myself? Oh, there we go. Okay, we're good. All right. Time to work for a bit, and then we gotta go. Then I gotta go. There's mochi hair all over me. Return of the King! I'm like Return of the fucking Golem game. Return of the Golem game. Mochi. Thrain the Broken. I bought that guy. He's so ugly. I actually bought him. I don't really know what to do with Gandalf, but I wanted Thrain. The Lord of the Rings range is one of my favorites. That's what got me into this hobby to begin with, so it'll forever be in my heart, even though Thrain came out with Hobbit, which is way after I got in. I think the Hobbit range was around, like, what, 2010? Found the wrong dwarfs. Pretty much. That would be funny. Are we retaking Erebor? It's like, no, lad, we're going to fucking genocide the goblins. Hold the crank gun, laddie. And get on the gyrocopter. We've got to bomb out their children's hovels. It's like, oh, my lord. It's like, yep, that sounds about right. You gotta get Wizard with Machine Gun. The old Citadel Wizard with a gun. He's got like a Tommy gun. That's unironically a mini. Wizard with Machine Gun is an old Citadel GW mini. Funny as hell. They had the unreleased dwarf with fries and a burger. They had a dwarf shitting himself in a toilet. Tons of weird ones. They had like snotlings and yeah, weird. It's all in good fun. Yo. I mean, you never know what a sculptor is going to want to do, especially as Games Workshop back in the day. Sky's the limit. Dwarf mages were a thing. Pretty much. Just pull out the Glock. The Gromrel Glock. Yeah, we gotta clean up as much as we can tonight within reason. Tomorrow I want to finish. I don't think I'll be able to clean everything today, but tomorrow I do want to finish cleaning, and then I need to start sculpting. I'm hoping to at least have, what, 4 days of painting? Which, for a mini this big with, like, so many different things, we'll see. Too many things going on. I think I overheard a guy, or not overheard, but we were talking about the projects that were being done by other people. And apparently someone's going to be doing Angron. And I'm like, all right. That's a bit of a task for 7 days, but you never know, man. Building that fucker's 7 days. Sir. Oops. Build and paint a Primarch in 7 days. Oh, you doing? It's just build and paint something in 7 days. It's like a hobby thing. You get a participation award. It's like, why not? You know what I mean? The idea is, why not? And I've never painted the new dwarf kit, so I'm like, you know what? That'll be cool. It should be at the GW. If I meet people there, if their pieces are there, I'll take photos. It doesn't need to be anything crazy. People can literally paint, like, one thing and be done. For me, it's an excuse to paint something and also practice, because I have to do Ryan's piece, and Ryan's piece is, like, much bigger. So I'm using this as more of, like, a primer to kind of, like, work on his project, and his project's next. So... been a while. I don't paint often. Pretty excited, though. I've got everything planned out. I was showering, like I've said before, and you just think about dwarves in the shower. You're like, you know what'd be sick is, like, if this little fucking hairy jack dude is, like, posing a certain way, then you're just gooning out. You're like, yeah, man. All I need to do is work on converting, but I've got the pose kind of, like, the way I want it. It's gonna be like that. He's gonna be on top of a snowy peak, and he's gonna be at ease, like this. How fucking boss is that? That has nothing to do with the base scheme and how you build him. It's very reminiscent of, like, some other dwarf minis that had come out that have a lot of, like, brooding at ease poses, but like, that's cool. That'll be dope. It's tough. It's a tough pose, yeah. I like it. And it's a 7-day thing, so it forces me to work fast. Or I could sit here and scrape mold lines for, like, 50 years, so... yeah, it's not a bad gig. I need to clean this up and then tomorrow probably Dremel out a lot of the front. Because I'm going to be putting a, like a mountaintop peak kind of like pointed out a little bit, and then I'll be doing kind of like the sides of the peak itself out of this, but we'll see. It's a lot easier said than done. Ubasham wood. This is just Amazon wood cubes. Did they really? I mean that. I mean that game needed. If that game was hard to play, I'd be so addicted. My biggest gripe was it was too fucking easy. Who the hell says reclaiming Casa Doom would ever be easy? Yeah, well, you never know. I mean, the Watcher is kind of a ghoulie, but it's more of like a quick time event type of like jokish niche boss, or not a niche boss. Sorry, gimmick. Gimmick is the word. He's a gimmick boss. That was cool though. I like that game. Fun. It's fun playing with people. The base building was cool. Everything about that game was cool. I mean, you play as a dwarf reclaiming like the ancestral home. The best thing about the Fellowship was always Moria. That was my favorite set piece with the Watcher. It's just too cool. It was fun. It was very fun. I mean, going down and dealing with like the nameless things, those were so stupid. The nameless things were just like goats, like bulls. Like, all right, okay, cool. Could it not be something like ghoulish, like a fucking Lovecraftian horror? Make it something cool, please. Yeah. Well, it was always said that like the Watcher could be a nameless thing, and to me, that's a nameless thing. That's a cool fucking mini. I bought that actually. I bought the Watcher. Yeah. Well, the Belrog is a nameless thing. Well, no, it's not. No, it's not. It's down with them. It's a very interesting thing they could have explored somewhere. Imagine an R-rated dwarf game, but like it's fucking Dead Space and all this other shit. I mean, if you've got any sort of delvings in any universe, it's the dwarves that find the fucked up stuff. Who knows what's at the center of a mountain, or God knows how far below the earth? Something like that. I got no idea. Is the Watcher even a nameless thing, though? I don't know. I feel like it is. But the nameless things that gnaw at the earth, it looks pretty nameless. Insectoid. I think there was concept art done somewhere of like a nameless thing. It might have been official. I can't remember exactly, but very insectoid. Very like Carpenter, Cthulhu. And that shit is always cool. Do you know how the nameless things are first named in the books? It's with Durin's Bane and Gandalf. Is it around that time where he's talking about like when he fell down off the bridge and then he was in the realm of the nameless things and then he converses with them and talks about it. Yeah. That's scary. I like to think of it as like the bug chasm from King Kong meets like Cthulhu. Yeah. It's just hot here, bro. Look. The forge is on. I'm burning. It's real. Totally real. It's just hot in this room. Very, very, very hot. Oh, so hot. I don't really do Total War anymore. Whenever I'm on here, I've just got too many hobby things to do, so I'm not really fucking with Total War. Dude, that is a power stance. Look at that. Fuck me. That is... It's too good. With the new sculpt, it's too good. It's so clean. Oh! Everyone hates it. Well, Total War is cool. I've just played it so much. And I just want a hobby. You just gotta play multiplayer. When you play it, it's a lot less mentally traumatic. A lot less of a commitment. Oh, well, that's lame. I am basically the opposite. I don't really want to do campaign. You already know. I just don't want to. That would be something. Ping issues are always very, very unfun to deal with. I don't know how people even enjoy the PvE at that point. You just don't even play with ping. Yeah, Mochi's here. Good afternoon, folks. Yo yo, or I should say good evening. Yo yo. Good evening. We're gonna have to put some filler down before I go. Yes, we are here. I got back from a movie today. Sunday movie. Sunday waste $30 at the movies. Not a good movie. You don't want to watch it, trust me. Very bad movie. Very shit. Very, very shit movie. Well, no movie is irredeemable, but it wasn't very good. I gotta say, I wasn't a big fan. The trailer looked a lot better from what we had seen. I went with my mom. Yeah, very interesting choice. I'm not sure if it's raining where you guys live, but here we've had rain for like 3 days straight. Jeez. We went to see Passenger. It's always sunny here. You in Philadelphia? Well, I mean, as someone who's a gamer, I wouldn't mind going to the beach. I'm not a very outdoorsy person, but like the older you get, the more you just want to kind of like chill, you know? It is. It's a good break. Whenever you can get out and do something different, it's not a bad thing. Yo, yo. We're going to be getting out of here maybe in like an hour. We're almost done cleaning them up. And I'm being pretty fast with this, otherwise I'd take like a fucking week. But I'm still doing what I normally do. Yeah, we want this arm. I'm gonna have to convert this up. Okay. Sacrilegious! Thicker one better? What do you mean? We have to shave out the hand. Should be referencing this. The goal is to basically... So the way this is set up is I'm using the shield bearer Great Weapon Lord's right arm, which are actually different from the guy on foot. The shield bearer lord has like bare arms with like wristbands and all these like different gold bandings. This guy's kind of got like braces, but I need this weapon. We chop that like that, we turn it vertical, and then we chop out the arm, keep the hand, then take the shield hand, chop the hand out, and then finagle it into each other, and then putty it, and then that'll basically be this arm with the brace, but he can still hold the other guy's weapon with the same armor. In theory, not hard. Just a bit funky. We do need to putty. Tomorrow, not today. What I should do... where's the pin drill? That's just too big. Let's just use this. It's the old one. Yeah. Oh, I mean, it's just something you build up over time. It's with any sort of process, you build it up. Would it sound edgy if I would just say, like, I've held a blade for over 20 years? Dangerous. Is that edgy? Sounds very edgy. I think it would. A watchmaker. I mean, that stuff is cool. Or you work as like a dentist, right? You just clean teeth. Yeah. Well, again, it's just, I don't know. You practice, but genetics, all these other things could be a factor. You might have, maybe you have something. Sure. Maybe I've got something. Maybe it's autism. I mean, people obsess over things, man. You never know what you got. Okay, so if we want to make this look proper, the axe. Fuck, even chopping this off and making it, whoops, not a great weapon. I think that'd look a little bit better, actually, a little bit more tame. Could try that. It's gotta be thinner. You know, we gotta shave down the back of this hand, and effectively what we have to do is slot it into there. But we have to make it match. So I just want to see how far it comes out on the original. May even use this axe head instead of the other one. Okay, let's see. So this is the OG. Okay, so it's a plate. It doesn't stick to the hand, but it comes out. Looks like it's a little bit over the fingers. Yeah, pretty over the. Well, it'll be interesting. We're gonna want it. Nothing putty can't fix either. As long as it's like mostly fit, it needs to be snug. This is where having like a chiseled blade would come into effect. Like, really want a chiseled one here, which I don't own. Also, this needs to be much thinner. A natural hairbrush. You know what's interesting is the synthetic ones I fucking hate. I find synthetic ones are just like so ass. Maybe it's just the ones I tried. Like the GW ones are just so garbage. But, you know, with anything, you just kind of have to keep practicing and messing around. This hobby is just fuck around and find out. But, you know, base coats are good. A good start. Better than nothing. It might be. I mean, to be honest, the are you base coating with a brush? Is that what you're doing? Or sorry, that's what you do. I thought you meant primer. I'm like, okay. I thought you meant prime with a brush. I'm like, what the hell? Sorry, my bad. What is Unk doing? I mean, people prime with a brush, but that's like ghoulish as fuck. Interesting. Brush primer. That is... Ooh. It's good to practice, though. You know, whatever mini it may be, it's good to still get some laps in. There we go. Thinner. Looks pretty good. Looks good for time frame that we're kind of cooking with. Got to get the hand in there, though. We're almost there. Almost there. Let's see. Fucking scared the fuck out of me. Yo, Star for 5 gifted subs. Mochi! Mochi! Hey, thank you so much. This Mochi has been feasting. He's been a fiend as of late. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And Mochi appreciates it too. And it will be going. It'll be going to treats. I don't think Mochi wants to eat microplastics, so thank you. Fucking, I don't think if you've never had a dog, like cat food isn't so egregious. Mochi's dog food is fucked up, man. This thing eats better than me. But you love him, he's family, you know? Mochi is family, Arthur. I just played my first 40k game last night at my LGS 1,000 points. Did you like it? Did you want to quit the hobby? Here, I can do here. We'll see if we've got a quick Mochi picture, because we are recording this for YouTube. One sec. The last picture was still Mochi with the squid. The squid chi. I'll put baby Mochi on screen. Just why not? This is actually, is this that photo? There you go. It was years ago. The baby! Oh, the baby! He doesn't look like that anymore. He's a rat. Just paint and collect. Oh, you might be able to find people. It's worth looking if you can, you know? If you can maybe find somebody, that'd be awesome. If not, I understand. I don't think I should have shaved some of his hand. It's fine. Cut it. Baby Mochi. What the hell are you saying? He's very cute, but that would be... He's a demon. If he tastes flesh, it is over. He's like the Antichrist, but he doesn't know it. He's like Hellboy. It's okay, we'll let it slide. Mochi appreciates the 5 gifted. That's the tribute, the Mochi tribute. Yeah, I should have kept some of the hand, but that's totally fine. I'll be able to putty it back in. Sorry, there was a comment about Orcs versus Thousand Suns. Did you win? I mean, you technically can't go wrong playing Orcs. I know you're playing Orcs. But every time I've played Orcs, I've always had fun. Outside of, like, I think it was a few editions ago during COVID. I forgot what edition, maybe 9th. When salamanders were, like, the thing. And it was like, well, I guess I'm not playing hordes of boys. You did win. Well, there you go. Now you think you're hot shit. Now you gotta go back and lose. You gotta be humbled. 58-40. That's not bad. I mean, it's all in good faith, right? It's all good fun. But you need to be humbled. You need to be humbled, son. Smoothness. Yeah, you know what? Thinner the better, bro. You're never gonna get anything down the first time. This is a very long and tedious hobby at times. I humbled myself with my mistakes. Yeah, you're good. You're good. I'm just fucking with you. It's fun though, man. Orcs are really fun to play. Either slow and methodical with dwarves, or incredibly fucking brain damaged, 0 IQ, no thought in head orcs. It's a mercy that, like, you need sometimes, you know? Well, you know what? I mean, that's fine. It is what it is. You're playing for fun, bro. Don't even worry. If you're playing orcs, don't even worry about it. It's 2v1 match. That is true. You're a giga freak. Let's see what this looks like together. Let's not put wet things on expensive clippers. Whoops. This should be a very seamless conversion, technically. So, this is supposed to be the shield arm. But now we get to keep the armor. Just like that. And then we put the putty here. So what we did was we shaved out the hand. And then we trimmed down this hand by shaving off everything else. Putty's not supposed to. I mean, that's pretty fucking cool. Maybe a little bit more. I gotta finagle that right arm, but like that's the gist of it, I suppose. I gotta sculpt the hand because he's got no more hand here. Can I even salvage this hand? I could make, you know what? I could actually probably salvage this hand. Yeah, I could do that maybe. I just gotta completely carve it all away, but it beat fucking sculpting an entire hand, which would be lovely. Oh, let's do that. So we gotta chop. Chop. Whenever you don't have to sculpt something, yeah, not bad. I'd be honored to lose to a horde of orcs, honestly. You should have seen some of the Tau matches I used to play. That shit was wonky as hell. When everyone was getting into 40k during COVID, there was so many Tau lists that had, like, Riptide spam. Bro, those things didn't get to shoot ever. Those things are so trash. Those things were fucking doo-doo ass. That's cool. That's usually what you'd want to do, is you want to split the launch box. That's what I used to do with most things that I was into. Okay, this needs to be straight. Grabbing Wazdaka Tuesday as well. Oh, I'd be surprised if a new character wasn't good. That would be the end of half your sales, you know? I feel like that's almost a given with GW. You just gotta have really strong releases. A Dremel would be really useful. Oh, does he really? I mean, Gaz is pretty fucking beastly. Does he really? What's his gimmick? I don't really pay attention to 40K as much as I used to, but why is he so good? I never use files on plastic, but I think this is applicable. I think that works. It's coming together. "12-inch move, lone op, saves on 3 and vuln 4, solid shooting, 3 melee weapons." That's pretty good. Yeah, he's pretty much all over the field then. Doesn't he buff bikes? Which are also getting new sculpts, so that's also another OP thing. Okay, this is gonna work. We just gotta chop more of it. Jesus. What is he, 200 points? He sounds like a bit of a freak. One might say a speed freak. There's no reason, again, Newton 175, yeah, he's about 2. And he can deep strike? Jesus. Well, you know what? It's the age of the speed. The age of green. The age of the hooligan. Run both of them. That could be dangerous. I always enjoyed Gaz. He's just a big beat stick. You just want to get stuck the fuck in. When I was running him, I ran him with Mega Knobs. Or maybe standard knobs with, like, claws. I can't remember. But I always put him in the teleporter. I don't know if you still have that, but... The teleporter. Teleport me. Mounds of fish and chips, bruv. Well, does the Big Mac still have the KFF? They only want to give you minis that have, well, rules that have minis. The KFF was kind of an old thing. I'm not sure if it's still there. I don't even know what the mech does these days. I have no idea. But KFF mech was kind of like an auto-include in every orc list since, like, the dawn of time. Oh, custom force field. Give you an invuln. Shooting invuln. The goal previously was to, like, the last time I played, you'd basically run KFFs, mechs with KFFs in the middle of blobs, and you'd have grot shields. So you'd put Gretchen in front of the boys, and then you spend stratagems, or you spend points to basically have them take wounds instead of, like, the boys, and then you'd put the KFFs in the boys' mobs to give them, like, an invuln on top of that. Or previously in, I think, like, 4th and shit like that, you could put them in vehicles and everyone would get it. Been a while since I've played, but yeah, it was just a big shooting invuln bubble that was pretty strong. It's gonna feel so much better to fucking glue this down. Ay, ay, ay. No KFFs, yeah. It's just because they don't have the Mini anymore. The Mini was like an old metal one that they turned fine cast, and then they're like, well, we don't want to sell them. Like, all right, okay. And then they got rid of them completely. I don't know what looks cooler. Leave the double or go with the single. The double looks I don't know. I kind of want to put this one on. I guess I've got a few days to figure that out at least, but it's got to be cleaned up soon. Soon. Let's clean this up. I think the single looks better too. Maybe I shouldn't be doing this with these. Whoops. You know what? Let's use... Well, I'm glad I cleaned up most of it. I still need to kind of like go in and figure out a few more things, but it's predominantly cleaned up, like at least with knife work. I mean, there's another piece. The crest needs to kind of go in the middle if I want to do the crest, but... yeah, I should do the crest. I will do the single blade. I agree that it looks better. So if we want to do that, I need to... I just fucked up my clippers. Whoops. Fuck. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't. Whoops. Well, if they don't work, they don't work. My bad. Yeah, I don't think you should be cutting thick things with expensive clippers. That was a stupid mistake. That's kind of bad. Stupidity prevails. My dwarves won on elves. Ooh, elves. They're just not as cool. Try more. Okay, so realistically, I'm going to pin that. We are going to pin that. Do I have... Is this even going to work pinned? Should work. I don't know if that's going to pin. Goblins are... Well, you're talking about, like, the Gretchen? They're usually smarter than orcs. Yeah. A little bit more cowardly, but a lot smarter. They can aim better, at least, I should say, rather. They're really underbaked in 40k, to be honest. They need to have, like, a whole army of them. Be a thing. They used to have this, little bit of a bigger showing in 40k, but these days they're just sidelined. They're not really anything substantial, unfortunately. I really do want to pin this weapon if I can. That's just a connection that... All right. We can put a brief pin just to hold it, which should be fine. Oops. Longer. Not often, honestly. I really want to. It's been a while since I've read anything. Yeah, been a while, unfortunately. Would like to, though. A lot of stuff I want to get back into reading. Most of it has to do with Age of Sigmar. I'm just not caught up with, like, a lot of the Gotrek books. Old Fantasy, done. Gotrek, done. Dwarf books, done. Age of Sigmar stuff, got a few books in. Sick, look at that. That definitely looks way better. It's cool. What I realized I don't want to do is get fucking putty in this mat. Please, God. What fantasy books would I recommend? Well, I like the dwarf stuff, so if you want to read anything dwarf related, or I'll say this. If you want to get into reading anything fantasy, if you're talking like Warhammer fantasy, because that's the stuff that I prefer, you need to kind of just read Gotrek and Felix. Gotrek and Felix is like your quintessential fantasy read. That is like the number one thing anyone would ever recommend. But it's not really, I would say, a dwarf series. It's from the perspective of Felix, so a dude. And then Gottrek's kind of in there, you know, grunting and killing things and being a very one note for a bit. Yes. Ivana, give me like 15 minutes, okay? I think I made some pretty damn good progress here tonight. Yeah. Gotrek and Felix, God, how many books is there? 15? Probably a little under 20 bucks. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. A little under $20. 17? Yeah, something like that. It's like the number one thing you should read. If you want to get into fantasy, Gotrek and Felix is kind of like a very, very easy thing to enjoy. It's awesome. Never heard of this series. It's about a poet who turns into a chronicler of a guy who basically wants to kill himself. And they travel the world looking for his doom and chronicling his travels with Gotrek. Wherever there is danger, wherever there is death, wherever there is something that can do a lot of damage, you'll find Gotrek and Felix. It's a very adventurous series. It never really gets stale. Some books are not as good as others, but you'll really like Gotrek and Felix, I feel like. Most people do. I certainly do. They're like the fantasy bros. All right, let's clean one more piece. Technically, it's the final piece anyways of the build. And then we're going to call it. All right, let's do it. Fuck, there's plastic everywhere. funny. That's an impossible number. I've been doing this hobby for like 20 plus years. I could never give you a number. That's don't ask a Warhammer fan that. It's like asking a woman her age. All right. Stepbrothers showed me it a lot, like early 2000s. My stepbrothers had 40K. Well, technically they had Fantasy 40K and Lord of the Rings, which was like the big main lines. And I was hooked. I was hooked. I grew up enjoying like army men, miniatures, and different things. Like Warhammer was kind of like the end all be all coolest, miniature thing out there. They don't do it anymore, but I certainly still do. Some things have not changed. All right, we got to call it here for tonight. I think we had pretty good progress. We've been on for about 4 hours. We've composed the piece. As long as the composition is good, which I think it is, I love it. Tomorrow is going to be gluing things, and then probably working on the base before putty work. It's very expensive. Very, very expensive, yeah. There's ways to, oh shit, I forgot 2 things. Oh, here's the other one. Okay, let's actually just do this very quickly. They're really easy to do. It's a very expensive hobby, but there are ways to not pay full price. Which is a very ideal thing if you're going to do Warhammer. I've made my own parts. Yeah. I've sculpted beards. I've done arms. I've done satchels and different things. Yeah, for sure. A lot of this hobby is just kind of make it up as you go. It's a very open-ended hobby. I mean, that's going to be sick as fuck. Damn. That's going to be great. How's it going? Pretty good. We're going to be jumping off here in a sec. We have to go eat. Alrighty, folks, that's going to be it for me. I am done for now. I think good progress, to be honest. I'm basically done posing him. There's still sculpting and final cleanup work to do and making sure everything fits, but, like, the pose is in place. And I think most of it came out pretty damn cool. Considering we swapped the arms. The shield's supposed to be in this hand, the weapon's supposed to be in this one. Twisted wrists, chop things up, make it look slightly different. I think it'll be good when it's all done. My shower dwarf visions are becoming reality. Which is what you have to do. You have to think of dwarves in the shower. And then I think, I need to break out the Dremel and start planning the base. This may be a little bit too hectic, considering I've only got 7 days, but maybe. Maybe I can make it work. We'll see. Anyways, I'm out of here, folks. Be well. What color will I use? A lot of different ones. I think the cloak's going to be red. It'll be a red cloak with, like, I'm going to sculpt some fur. The beard might be black. Everything else is going to be, like, a metallic gold. Stuff like that. We'll see. But that's it for me, everyone. Be good. Take care of yourselves. I will see you when I see you. It'll be tomorrow. So have yourselves a great Sunday.